Alice. Thank you, Naruto. And I see a Syl here too. Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? It's me. And it's also not tracking my mouth very well right now. Crack my mouth better. Crack my mouth better. I'm so sorry about not being able to stream yesterday. Things are going weird on the front of the person who was being taken off life support. We don't know how they're doing in like when they were taken off life support, before they were taken off life support, the doctor said that they might pass in a few hours. But then it was looking like they might make a full recovery, but now it's looking like they might not. And so needless to say, Tuesday going into Wednesday, I went to bed at about 10 a.m. So that tells you how much sleep I got. So let's play the Zelda. I played a bit off stream. Filled out the underground a lot. It was the information. Also, Def, I heard another theory about the timeline. I did. Or at least I had good enough distraction. But Def, I need you to hear this theory. So remember how the timeline split because Ocarina of Time and Zelda basically causing like 57 different cataclysms? Random note. Random, like, entirely unrelated tangent. Oh, neat. Okay, so, entirely unrelated random note. Whenever I pick a random number, it usually ends in 57, and I don't know why.
Hi.
But okay. So, Ocarina of Time somehow created 3 timelines. So you remember in Skyward Sword how Link kind of killed Demise in 2 separate timelines? Well, going by past logic, that means that at the very start of the Zelda timeline, we got the timeline we know about, and then 2 other ones. Also, while I was exploring the underground, I found a place that I don't think I was quite supposed to stumble across yet. Because, you see, I found this place called, the Spirit Temple. Oh, forgot to remove that stand. I also found, where is it? Where is it? I found within the underground a place of concentrated fuck. And I have no idea where it is. Okay, I marked it with a skull. I know that much. No? Yes, I would. It's a boss arena. I could have sworn it was on the left side. Yeah, but this place is extra concentrated, extra fuck. Here it is. Behold, the Gleeok Den. Now you might be thinking to yourself, oh god, how many Gleeoks are there? One. There's one. Unless things change, this might also be the end of the Zelda timeline, because, as far as things are concerned, it doesn't look like the royal family is continuing past this point. Behold, a Gloom King Gleeok. It was. But of course, eyes make... Of course, I've got some good gear now that will help deal with this. Also, eyeballs. And no, it doesn't look like the Cell Games Arena. All of these squares make a square. Yeah, remember, Gloom enemies, any damage they deal becomes a Gloom Heart. So if I can't take this guy out quickly, I can't heal. Get away while he starts gusting, and get him down before he can do his enrage phase. But I need you guys to just all understand my immediate reaction of just seeing a Gloom King Gleeok and being like, nope. Also, I believe it awarded, it was some hat. I think it was like the Hat of the Sky or the Hat of Wind, or Cap of Wind. Maybe it was the Cap of Twilight. Regardless, look, I have all of the Lonk sets. Including the previous game's Lonk set. Wait. I haven't... There's a light route down here that I haven't activated. I do not have... Okay, I know what you're thinking of. And I do not have Play School Longcat. Oh, come on, Yunobo. You didn't even go close to where I shot you at. I heard him die, though. You're talking about the Link's Awakening head, right? Because this is technically the Toon Link head. Okay, now hold on, let me... Wait. What do I... Okay, so... Have that marked as something I need to investigate. But, let's see. I get confused easily. Okay, I think the only light routes I still need are these two and this one. So today we're going to go and get our final sage. Why? Other than the fact that They've got all of the stuff that talks about the previous games. Oh, that too, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've been to the Skyview Tower. I've activated it. I've skydived from it a few times.
Oh.
Going forward, our research will proceed from here. Toro has already gone off to the Zonai ruins. But if they evolved from the Zoras, why are there still Zoras? Checkmate, atheists.
Ah.
Okay, I'm going to the Dracozolt Lake or whatever. Hey look, a battle talus. Hey, I haven't even killed this one yet. Return to Fish. Hey, let me up on top of you. So I found another boss part down in the depths. The Marbled Goma Rock. But there's a weird thing about it. Or, not about this. Muktarok doesn't have a boss rock. My question is why the hell they evolved to be birds during the period of time where fish was the ideal. I just find it silly. It's like, of all of the times you could pick to become bird, why did you pick bird when world was fish? Yeah, so I found the knocked over statue that they were worried about. He's the golden spirit Feroche who loses lightning as she dances across the heavens. And you've gained Feroche's claw. Offer to the spring. Oh, cool. Okay. Ferocious Claw, where are you? Sort by type. Yeah, I got a topaz. Okay, so they want me to go to the other springs. Okay. One of them was, I know, in the Lanayru Mountains. That looks Spring of Wisdom-y. I've also taken to running around with this mask on. Help me find those sneaky Yahahas. Does it boost my attack? Hello, Wisdom Spring. I would like to speak at you. Daedra Claw? Okay. Okay, now where was the Spring of Power? I like those. And I like you. I remember maybe it being in the... No, that was Courage area. Love you too. Def, where was the Power Spring? Okay, cool. There's Wellspring of Wisdom here. So if I find the Wellspring of Power... There it is. There's a Yahaha around here somewhere. Look around the trees, see if there appears to be a thing to shoot. I mean, admittedly, not every waterfall needs to have a secret behind it, but it's still appreciated. For those of you wondering why I'm now obsessively looking for a Korok around here, my mask made Korok noises, which means there's a Korok around here. There you are. Let me guess, yeah, Dinral's Claw. Okay, so back to the Mother Goddess statue, which is in the... Forgotten Temple. Hey, do you like the part where I managed to remember to do the story for like 5 seconds and then immediately got distracted? Hello, large statue. I have restored you through magic. Devout swordsman who offers his prayers, I am deeply grateful for the aid you have provided to the statues of the springs. I bestow this upon you in recognition of your wisdom, power, and courage. White Sword of the Sky! Go and bring peace to this world. A lovely sword to add to my collection of items I'm not going to let break. So here we got the Bigoran sword, got the Twilight sword, got the Squidward sword, got the Boulder Breaker, got the Scimitar of the Seven, got the Sea Breeze Boomerang-a-lang-a-lang, got the Fierce Deity sword, got the It's Dangerous to Go Alone sword. I actually bring the Mifa Spear with me because it allows me to do a lot of damage to Lynels, and when you're on the back of a Lynel, it's not actually taking durability. And here is the wind whimper shield, and here's the shield of the Seven, and here's the Twilight bow, and here's the Great Eagle bow, and here's just a random Ganon bow that I decided to put here. And here's a garden. So now we just need to wait for it to be sunny. Oh, okay, cloudy works. Cool. Just needs to not be raining, I guess. And now, without further ado, let's have each of our candidates for mayor say a few words. Hi, I'm Reed. I believe that the heart of this village is its pastoral culture. We've built a close-knit, self-sufficient lifestyle here in Hateno, and I don't want to see us lose that. My plan is to strengthen our community with new local specialties, starting with our brand new Hateno cheese. I am the world-renowned Cece, Hyrule's premier fashion designer, but you knew that, of course. Together, we can turn this backwater village into Hyrule's go-to destination for all things stylish. Vegetables don't make the world go round. It's glamour that rakes in the cash. And nobody knows like glamour like me, darlings. Fashion comes and goes. Your style is trendy now, but it'll be over soon. And then where will we be? Nonsense. It's trends that shape the world, not the other way around. That's enough. Sophie? Both of you are just arguing for more of what you like, not what's best for Hateno. You can't fool me, Cece. You've loved simple, plain things forever. Exactly, which means they're the ideal thing to slap on something because they deal a shitload of damage. You've loved simple plain things forever, including the vegetables of Ateno Village. I know for a fact you hide in the silo at night to snack on vegetables. What? Wherever did you get such a curious notion? And you read your secrets out too. I know you've been secretly studying Cece's designs in the shed. You think there's something there you could use to get the youth to care about vegetable farming. Now, who went and told you that? Cece, I can't deny any of it. It should have made me happy that you came and livened up the village. No, Reed, it is I who should be ashamed. My childish pride would not allow me to admit the truth. The trends and style I made my name on are built on the foundation of traditional culture that our forebears worked for. That and mushrooms. A lot of mushrooms. Please, forgive me, everyone. I'm sorry, too. Sophie, I hereby withdraw my candidacy. Cece, wait. I'd be a fool to pretend you're not the reason our village is flourishing. I don't want to deny you your due. Did I hear you say you're working on new vegetables to attract the youth of today? That sounds like a Cece-worthy endeavor. There's nothing wrong with asking if you can help, you know. People of Ateno, we've come to a decision. The best way to keep Ateno Village vibrant is to work together to combine traditional culture with new ideas. Sophie and Clavia told me what you did on our behalf. Thanks to you, Ateno Village is thriving once more. We ought to reward such fine work. Come to Ventest Clothing when you have a moment. So, I have an interesting stance on tradition. Tradition is, generally speaking, actually quite the good thing, in theory. Oftentimes, traditions exist for a very good reason. Take, for example, some of the rules on kosher stuff. There are some rules against eating shellfish in them. And do you know why? Because there are plenty of times of the year where shellfish will poison the fuck out of you. But because they didn't really understand, you know, the science of the chemicals going bad and whatnot and all of that, they just said, just don't eat the shellfish at this point. Basically, Generto, that is exactly my opinion too. Traditions are not, but my idea is that traditions are not in of themselves bad, so much as they need to be tested when the idea that caused them is no longer known. Is this place Ventest Fashion? No, this is the dye shop. Is the CC place Ventest Fashion? Okay. I knew, of course, that you'd been in cahoots with Sophie, but I never dreamed you'd also been conspiring with Clavia. Still, and all, we didn't call that election a success. Do you remember what we discussed when you first came here? This CC hat is the latest masterpiece from the CC collection. See those luxurious curves in avant-garde colorway? Everything about that hat is perfect. And so I've been saving it, to bequeath to the perfect model. Do you grasp yet what I'm getting at? It's you that I want to model my CC hat. Yes, because right now you can definitely tell that I am the peak of fashion sense. Do you see the stylish pinwheel in my hair? You who saved not just a Tenno village, but also me and Reed. My perfect hat is unsuitable for anyone else to wear. And besides, let's not pretend it won't look absolutely dashing on you.
Ooh.
Here we are. CC hat, avant-garde masterpiece designed by CC, guaranteed to make the fashionistas' head turn. I put on that CC's hat and lord it over the whole world. Tidy, I shall reinvent myself and open Ventest clothing anew. Sophie, there's work to be done, sister. As for myself, I've had a long think about where to take my brand from here. To begin with, I'll study a collection of unique goods designed by our forebears. If you happen to part way with precious apparel that's too rare to be purchased, I might have something in my collection that can serve as a guide. Ah, yes, like the Hylian tunic. Admittedly, the Royal Guard uniform is pretty, Hydrate! And stretchy. And stretchy. Yeah. So that was accomplished. I actually wanted to do this for one more particular reason. Because my compendium is looking very much complete. Except for various monsters that I haven't been able to encounter yet. Because, you know, like bosses and stuff and endgame stuff. And there's one material I'm missing. Remember who wants to make a new vegetable? Hey, where's the mayor? Where's your husband? I want to help him build his new vegetable. Are you in here building your vegetable? Mr. Mayor, where are you? I want to help you build a vegetable. Are you here in the vegetable fields? You are. Oh, hi there. I still owe you one after the mayoral election. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I've been doing some research towards a test run of veggies using some CC brand style. The two of us worked hard raising them. They were almost ready for harvest. Then a pack of monsters came and trashed the field, so the whole crop is ruined. I'm usually glad for rain. It's good for the crops after all. But what's the point when monsters just trash it again? The two of us aren't tough enough to... Okay, I'll go kick their asses.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Stealth complex. better end in a stout box. Stop shooting him. Shoot at me. Shooting so many monsters already. There can't be any more coming. You did it, Link. No need to wait for sunrise to know it's over. Pathetic.
No!
We did it! Hey, look at my pumpkins! Thanks to you, the pumpkins we worked so hard on got the chance to grow. Aren't these pumpkins beautiful? See the way they catch the sunlight and sparkle? That's it, we should call these beauties sun pumpkins. Lump delicious sun pumpkins. Yeah, I think that's the perfect name for them. Sun pumpkins, what a great name!
Yeah.
Here, this is thanks for your help. Oh! Our veggies and fields are the real jewels of Hateno Village. We're lucky to have you around protecting them. We'll just get Cece's approval on them real quick, and then we can start selling them as Hateno's signature produce. None of this would have been possible without you looking out for us. There we go. I did all of that for that picture. Well, I mean, Generto, that's the thing. A lot of these were set up before they were capable of knowing. And when you don't know microbiology, shrugging and going, I don't know, Wrath of God or something, is as good of an explanation as any. Don't worry, Generto only said that very recently. Oh yeah, I want to show you guys the power of one of these armor sets. Behold the fact that I don't give a fuck about gravity. Impact proof. I wonder what Zonai ruins I'm supposed to be investigating. As I described it to Varian, my terminal velocity is like I give a fuck. Interesting. You came after all! I figured you would after you made that breakthrough at the ring ruins. But listen to this, I've already got a whopper of a discovery on my hook here. Zonai mural, complete with intact text. The style is unmistakable. It's nothing short of miraculous that it's still here and basically intact. Which, come to think of it, might be the might be ascribable. I would just like to point out that I nearly pronounced that as ascribable to the Zonai's advanced technology. But some of it still eludes me. I think we all basically agree and are just, like, quibbling over shades of meaning. Maybe it's a poem, or some kind of code, perhaps. Here, I'll read it out loud so we can both get on the same...
Huh.
The first part says, where are the electric garb hidden at long-necked dragons along the wide-mouthed forest serpent? What do you make of forest serpent and dragons there? To me, it calls to mind the tall pillars found around the ruins designed to look like dragons. Forest serpent, though, I haven't seen any designs like that. What am I missing? Other than wide-mouthed forest serpent is there? Maybe the forest serpent bit does remind me of a song that compared Dracozo River to a forest dragon. Hey, look, he's referencing Cass! But anyway, there's more to this code that I'll keep reading. It says, offer a Zonai charge to the altar at the tail. I agree, but I think what Generto is saying is that they shouldn't just say, it'll piss off God. They should say, you know, for some reason it will make you feel sick. I'm pretty sure I got that right, but I have no idea what it means.
Oh?
What in the world is a Zonai charge? And where's this tail with an altar? If we can crack all the riddles in this code, I'm sure even greater discoveries await us. There's one other thing I'm curious about.
Oh.
I should have mentioned this, but I found one more Zonai relic at the back of these ruins. Judging from the shape, I think there's something inside, but I can't get it to open. Can't crack the code. Can't get the box to open. This just isn't my day. Oh yeah, you don't have a magic hand. Don't worry, a fat ninja was having that problem earlier too. Charged shirt. So I watched some of the cutscenes of Age of Calamity, and holy shit, Koga is the best character. He is exactly the kind of character you would expect, in that he's a gigantic goofball. But he's that kind of, like, Bowser lovable goofball, rather than, like, an actually malicious evil goofball. At one point staying behind to help his minions, because I can't split, you're my best lackey. Charge to trousers. Oh wait, instead of bothering to keep changing my gear, I could just put on this. And then I can periodically destroy any enemy that decides to get near me. Or I decide to get near. Right, I went under something, so it screwed up the lightning. Get fucked! You could just tell. I was sprinting there best I could to get there before the lightning struck. I was like, come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me get there so I can zap him. Oh wait, we are not going the... Oh no, there are the dragon statues. Maybe? So I totally didn't even notice the white Lae'zel post there. Or silver, I guess. Okay, so here's the tail of the serpent. I am not seeing an altar, I'm just seeing a Korak pond. That I apparently need to jump into from height. Come on. Yeah, that's basically my stance. And more accurately, it should be questioned until the point where we understand the exact reasons it exists, because chances are it's casting a broader net than it should. Is just this area the altar? You know, if I didn't know exactly what you were referring to with several of those, I would have thought you were having a simple level stroke. Nope, this is not the altar, I guess. I mean, this area would be at the tail of the serpent, right? Like, hello there, strange little island. Hello there, lit door thing. Oh, this is definitely the altar. Isn't it? Is this not the altar? Wait, am I supposed to maybe put it on this thing? Okay. What? Is this not the altar at the tail of the serpent I am supposed to offer a Zonai charge to? Good point, Varian. Do I need to... I guess I probably need to have the hat, too. Which I guess was found along the serpent that I didn't see. This is not the correct river. What is that? Okay, and I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, some of the filters can be kind of awful. Like, I distinctly remember complaining about the heat filter that was in the underground at one point. Okay, so this is the one that, okay. So did I miss it further up or miss it further down? 'Tis the question. Guess I missed it further down. Yay, losing a coin flip! I see shiny light. Hey guys, look, I'm a summoner from Final Fantasy. Yeah, because I got the head dong. Considering they applied water to be an element in this game, the water should one-shot electric enemies and vice versa. Greetings, Saki! Okay, now that we have the head dong, we can offer the Zonai charge at the altar. I'm not going to have to dodge these 200 times, am I? So that's how this place becomes visible. Understood.
Oh,
Calip, did you see that? Lightning struck the Dragon Pillar too! That Dragon Pillar too. Huh? Is someone in those ruins? Oh, it's you again. We think a terrible lightning strike hit here, but I'm glad to see you weren't hurt.
huh.
I've never seen lightning strike like that. Even stranger, the dragon statue's eyes seemed to glow just before it. Link, if you know anything about this, fill us in on what happened. I made it happen. Unbelievable. Mechanism in the ancient ruins got rid of the thunderclouds and revealed some new skylands. Right, catch another amazing discovery on the books. In fact, I'd say it's the Hall of the Century. Oh no, the Hall of the Century is coming soon. Trust me. It's a significant discovery to be sure. I'd like to go investigate further, but we have no way of getting up there. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't make it any less exciting, though. We need to report this to Pura right away. Calip, I'm going back to Kakariko Village. I want to write up the recent events around the floating ring ruin and report for Pura. You should stick around here to conduct a thorough investigation. Find out if there are any more discoveries to be made.
No.
Remain here? You mean alone? Yes, even if we can't get up in the sky, there's still so much to discover on land. It's our duty to unravel it all, Calip. Wants me to investigate alone. Fieldwork isn't my strongest suit. Maybe my chance to make a historic discovery.
Hey.
All right, leave it to me, Toro. I'll begin preparing at once. I'll need to head back to our base of operations a bit first. You know what people bug me? The people who say "an historic." Because it's like they almost understood the rule of a and an, and then dropped the ball. So I learned a new trick. And it's going to cost 3 more Zoanite when I do this. However, this is going to stop my bike from despawning. Yes, you did. Anyway, by the way, I fed more bubble gems to this guy. He is out of rewards, except for one last reward, which he will give when I feed him all of the bubble gems. But anyway, your Zonai devices despawn if you go too far from them, but they inherit the properties of whatever has the furthest item rendering thing on it, and dragon scales render from half the map away. And yet it somehow didn't hurt people in Star Trek to say repeatedly. So I actually found my way to these islands while I was playing alone, just trying to discover stuff, being like, I'm going to check out the cool Thundercloud Islands. You have a vision of like 2 feet in front of you, and Bright Bloom Seeds don't help. Oh neat, I didn't actually lose the motorcycle. Eh. This wasn't just in the original series. They at the very least did this all the way until at least Voyager. Anyway, the stupid rule between A and An is whether or not the word begins with a vowel sound. So if it begins with an A-E-I-O-U sound, then the word is An. And H is one of those weird fidgety letters that can pronounce way too many different kinds of sounds. Because you have historical. That begins with a consonant sound, an H sound. However, you also have I will be there in several hours. Hours begins with a vowel sound. So in that case, it would be an hour. Okay, you're on the other side of that. Which means I'm probably going to need to do something funky to get you, but you might actually have a good reward in you. I might have to do something funky to get into you, or... it is specifically trying to not give me a platform thing. It sure would be a shame if I had methods of cheating, wouldn't it? Okay, I totally failed at putting it actually where it needed to go, but you see what I'm doing, right? You see the plan for how to cheat this. Bam! Now, how was I actually supposed to get in here? Or was I actually expected to do something like that? Old map! Congratulations, it's worthless! Because I think I found all of the treasures that matter in the underground. What, that you find an old map and it turns out the treasure's already been dug up? Oh, that's specifically you dug it up. Yeah, that would be a bit of a story. Jet! Well, I guess I'm making a new bike. Featuring fake dragon scale. Well. Ah, what? Why did you what? It still probably exists. I just have no idea where it landed. Oh, wait, no, that's a file. That's a... Cool, I don't care about ground treasure chests. Only sky treasure chests. What? Why do you keep... It cannot be that the dragon scale is throwing off the weight, can it? It only thought... Fine, we're going with the non-dragon scale bike, because that hasn't tipped over on me yet. I think what's happening is my point of reference is getting so fucked that I am actually turning myself over, trying to... point myself to the right part of the island. Like, you see, I thought I was angled straight there, but I was actually listing a bit to the right. Okay, so it is here down below. Cool. Oh, it's literally right here. I knew there was a shrine on these islands. Oh, hold on, vitality door. Let me just actually eat a food first. Okay, there we go. I may not have needed to eat enough food for that. Boss fight? Not boss fight. Green laser.
Link. Zelda's chosen protector.
Yes, that's me.
Take this. Follow the light.
Okay. Wah! I think you're probably too heavy for, Actually... Yeah, we are providing a glider here. Excellent. Along with all of the accoutrements I need. On an overall level of scale, The Legend of Zelda powers don't go very high. Did I say power of scale or scale of power? Because I have the distinct impression I may have said power of scale. Okay. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. Laser. Discovery. Tobio's Hollow Chasm.
Link. Zelda's chosen protector.
Yeah, that's me apparently.
You must hurry. We must meet as soon as possible.
Okay. Definitely got something to do before that. Oh, hey, here's the robot making plant. So the robot making plant is related to this. Remember when I found that and I was like, there's probably something important that I can do here. So this is part of the robot. It's the robot face.
Link. Zelda's chosen protector. My name is Minoru. I am the Sage of Spirit. I am happy you have arrived. At last we can speak with each other. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body. Without a physical form, we cannot yet speak face to face. But, do you see the 4 storehouses in the area?
I'm building you a robot body.
I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me. This is my request to you, Link. Loyal swordsman to Zelda.
Okay, but before we do that, That chasm is a very magical chasm, chat. No, no, it's not the Chasm of Seven. Ow! What was that for? Me. Where's the chasm hole? Abracadabra alakazam. Yay! Wait, that's not the there's the chasm hole. I was going to a quest marker, not the chasm hole. Okay, chat, time for you to see why this is such a magical chasm. Just a bit further, I think. There we go. Behold! Behold, they float! Behold, they fall! Behold, they exist as real items! So if I were to say, take this light dragon scale, why did... Oh, probably... I don't... Hmm. Yeah, but I didn't hit another item. Behold, diamonds. And that is the item multiplying chasm. It's actually faster than the previous duping methods. I mean, it's easy if you abuse glitches. I just realized why the Ravio's mask increases movement speed going sideways on a wall. Because you spend a lot of time going sideways on walls in A Link Between Worlds. Fuck your puzzle. Wait, maybe not fuck your puzzle. Maybe I don't understand what I'm doing here yet. We've got giant row of wheels. We've got a wheel that's not part of giant row of wheels. And we've got a thing I need to activate first before we can take part in the puzzle, probably. So I see. I would have needed to build a device to get across this with it being electrified. Remember the one I told you that was like I don't fucking know, just have bombs. This is an actual schematic in the game. It's just bombs. Do I not have just a simple cart? I've got a large tank. I literally have a wagon. You know what? New plan. Where is it? What happened? What happened with Pokemon Showdown? Okay, so I thought for a second you were like telling me that Pokemon Showdown got like it's fun to stay at the DMCA. So behold, the Taya Unicycle. It mostly works. Unfortunately, it swings wide. It is unironically easier to control in reverse. Backing up! Backing up! Okay, we're done backing up. This thing isn't working that great. That just yeeted it. Not gonna lie, this thing actually kind of sucks. Okay, let's try Oh, I see. It's supposed to be oriented this way. Good job, it exploded itself. You know what Zonai device I think it's time for? Welcome back. Just three more to go.
Bring the other 3 here as well, Link.
Okay, this unicycle sucks to steer. It turned gay. I mean, everything on the internet turned gay today. Because it's that time of the year again, where companies just make up the rainbow logo. And then they don't actually do anything that supports the LGBT community. I have no idea how the internet turning gay and several websites having problems have anything to do with each other. Yeah. I mean, I'm Demi, so, you know, similar principles. Demisexual, it's like that midway between pan and asexual. Basically, yeah. From just a physical attraction standpoint, I favor girls a bit more, or just the girl form, you know, like me. But, like, overall, I tend not to care much at all for the whole thing as an incubus I'm supposed to be obsessed with. You know what? How about we take this thing, and instead we just kinda... Oh yeah, chat. Want to find out something I learned you can do with this? With the moving things thing later? Okay, so, tell me if you've heard this one before. Does that tune sound familiar to anyone? Yep. And I think that might be intentional. I am mad about angles. No, they're nice. Typically. Once they find out that I'm not being evil. And I do it with just one. You know what? You know what? No, hold on. We're making this work. Also that. Oh, it's... How about we put it in the flashing one, Tyago?
And that's another part. 2 left.
Wow, she sounded relatable there. You know, like, she had a moment that just, like, sounded like, okay, good, we're making progress. No overly flowery language type stuff, just, okay, good. Things are going well. Let's keep it up. You must continue this puzzle to pass. Ooh, this thing is an important item that I want just saved in my favorites. Do you know how I'm going to do that? With an apple. Behold my creation, this plus an apple. Ah! Who would have thought that turning off the fan on the floor would turn off the fan on the floor that I was standing on? Actually, come back up here. I need some of those. Eh. Oh, you're cute. Okay, that's the only one of those, though. So we just have to do the same thing, but on the other side of that. Wait, there is another one of those. Shit. So I know how I'm going to solve this, but how am I supposed to solve this? We're supposed to have it like that? Yeah, I think I'm so okay. I think it's actually supposed to be something like this. But and rewind cheese does in fact sound delicious, Varian. I believe I shall be doing the same. Wait, where is it? Oh. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, it's over there then. So there's actually a second one of those things there. Who would have guessed that the ability to make anything float wherever you like is busted? What? What about One Piece? Oh. Ah. Didn't that place have, like, a whole ecosystem? I know nothing about that kind of prison. Did it have one where everyone was turned into plants? What about one where if you laid down on the burning sand, you were stuck there for a century, so you were forced to keep walking forever? What about a tube full of really terrible popes? At least one of you sees what I'm doing here, right?
One more left, Link. The body for my spirit is nearly complete.
No, not about the game, what I'm describing. I've been describing hell as Dante described it. He got some things right. Always a fun day down at the Pope Tube. What? I answered you. I'm your friend. I see. I have many opinions about the Netflix She-Ra, but because I know you enjoy it, I'll keep them to myself. Is this real seriously throwing it off somehow? I absolutely loathe the art. Wait, there's a steering stick there. I loathe the art style. That is my singular least favorite art style of any kind of animation. Yeah, that's me. I'm a demon knockout. Why am I doing that when I can literally just... How are you doing? How was your stream? How was Warhammer Vermin Tilda? Oh no, not I know what the game is like. I was just asking how you enjoyed it. But you had fun? Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. Like, why am I... I could just grab the chest. Sometimes I'm not very smart, chat. I don't know if you knew that. Anyway, welcome Raiders. My name is Oneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat, and all friend. And we're playing the Leg of Zeg, the Tears for Fears. I like the pat-pats. Welcome, robot friend.
Thank you, Link. Now only one task remains. We must recover my secret stone.
Is it in the Sport Temple?
It should be located here. Please, Link, let us go there together. The path will be very dangerous. Fortunately, this construct body you have built for me is hardly helpless. There is a platform nearby where we can explore its potential.
Yes, let us see what the Killbot can do. Oh, I think I understand.
Now hurry, Link. We must recover my secret stone.
Oh, I think I understand. I can ride on Mineru's construct. Cool. Link, the weapons here can draw forth the true power of this construct. Attach one to a hand and your power in combat will be magnified several-fold.
Aha!
The road to the secret stone is long and arduous. I recommend that you make stops at each armory along the way. Get accustomed to operating this construct so that you are prepared for whatever you may face. Ooh, exactly what I hoped. I've got a killbot. I've got a mech suit. I've got a killbot and a mech suit. Unfortunately, I should have probably equipped better parts to better parts.
Yes.
But what if I attach the float stone? And that would be nice because I like cuddles. Okay, so that acts like a parachute. Watch me, Robot Naruto, run! Stretchy. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy Robot Naruto running. Oh wait, I didn't mean to put that on my back. Crap. Yes. Odd. A basket doesn't appear to do anything on my back. Yep. That is exactly what it was. What, you can't reach the top shelf? Can I fly? I don't think I can fly. I can, however, glide. I believe I can glide. I believe I can shoot a Hinox in its stupid face. I believe this does no fucking damage, holy crap. Robot Naruto running. Oh, hell yeah, I can give it weapons. Well, the shit I want gotta be on the top shelf. Just use the magical bullshit teleporting powers all you sages seem to have. No, you don't. Can I lift you? Yep. Oh look, the secret stone. I can definitely just go walk up and get it. Definitely just gonna walk up to it. Oh my god, I couldn't just walk up to it!
construct. I made it long ago. But the glow... It must be under the control of something monstrous.
Seize construct!
If the Demon King has turned my creation into his pawn, we must defeat it. We can do this together, Link.
Hold on a second, let me just,
Let's go. We have to stop that construct.
There we go.
Those devices are very dangerous. Be careful. We will not be able to force our way past its defenses. We must think of something else. This thing is quite sturdy. We keep knocking it over, but that is all.
We are actually playing Punch-Out, aren't we?
That worked. Maybe we can make use of the devices around us.
What devices? This boss fight is silly. Oh no, it's got flume tentacles.
It brought out more arms. Be careful. You've almost done it, Link, but remain ready for anything.
That was silly. Okay, stretchy. Yeah. Wait, have you been in my thingus this entire time?
Zelda asked me to aid you, Link. I am the Sage of Spirit, and one of the Zonai. Minoru. I am glad to meet you, Link. I must thank you. It is because of you that we have recovered my secret stone. Originally, my intent was to awaken when you first found the Porapad, then to guide you to my construct and assist you on your journey. I had not anticipated a battle with that same construct. You have proven quite adept, and I am grateful for all your efforts. Link, here.
Okay.
In the name of Minoru, Sage of Spirit,
Minoru.
I grant my power unto you.
I've got some
I
thoughts here.
believe it will serve you well.
And, okay, hear me out on this. The robot body is cool and all. But have you heard of 2B? I'm just saying there are some upgrades we could do to the robot body.
With this power I've given, a deep bond has been forged between us. And from this point forward, my spirit will reside within that construct. I will help you however I can. Aha!
I'm the one who lived in the distant past in the age of Hyrule's founding. Circumstances forced me to forsake my body and become a being of pure spirit. Long I slumbered within Zelda's Purapad in order to share what I knew when it passed into your hands. I apologize that our meeting has been so long delayed. The Demon King's interference is to blame. Nevertheless, I ask your pardon.
Well,
Now, to the topic at hand. In my own age, the distant past, from your perspective, Zelda awakened as the Sage of Time and appeared before us. What I must relate to you is a tragedy that occurred in Hyrule's history. At its crux was Zelda, who held a secret stone and traversed time.
aha!
She made a momentous decision in those days gone by. I would have you know the resolve she had poured into that blade, the Master Sword.
Long ago, my people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones capable of amplifying
Yes,
the abilities
everyone
of those who
hug the
possessed them.
sill.
Using the knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Rauru became a great leader. He met a young woman named Sonia, and they would wed. Rauru gifted Sonia one of the secret stones. Together, they sought to establish their
Why do you
kingdom.
need hugs? What's the hug reason?
This is how the kingdom of Hyrule, with Rauru and Sonia as its first king and queen, came to be. The future looked bright. However, tragedy suddenly struck. A man of great evil emerged from the desert. The leader of the Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her secret stone.
Stupid brain, stop being a jerk.
Using the secret stone, Ganondorf transformed into the Demon King. He then created swarms of monsters and attacked. Hyrule rose up to face these threats, but the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering. The defenders were on the brink of defeat. Rauru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the war. He entrusted secret stones to warriors with exceptional abilities. They became sages and united in an effort to finally defeat the Demon King. Rauru and the sages outnumbered the Demon King and should have been able to stop him. However,
he was very angry.
The Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined. I was unable to withstand his strength. Our fight appeared all but lost. And then, Rauru. He committed himself to one final act.
That pride will be your downfall, Ganondorf!
Damn near Louis swat him.
My heart and steal my magic. You plan to hold me here? What a clever way to solve your problems. But are you ready to pay the price for this?
Don't be so smug. I know exactly what it will cost me.
Thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye. You only delay the inevitable.
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you, Link. Remember this name.
How about... Hear me out on this one, Rauru. Hear me out on this. How about we don't give away our secret weapon? How about he becomes beef jerky, comes to the future, and is all of a sudden like, who the fuck is this? What the fuck is this sword? Why am I dead? Rather than, you're going to get your ass kicked in the future by Link with the sword that seals the darkness.
Aha!
You know this tragedy as the imprisoning war. It took all we were able to give. We succeeded in imprisoning the Demon King. I was wounded in the process. My body was soon to expire.
Well then.
It's just the maximum. It's just his expelled Angie. To be fair, I think he had more infantry support than they did. So, you know, I'm going to count that as actually the better idea. When Zelda came to me bearing a decayed and broken sword, yes, you will recall how the Master Sword vanished from your hand at the Temple of Time. From there it traveled into the distant past, appearing in Zelda's hands, and now you hold it once again.
You're saying that sword traveled through time the same way you did?
Yes, but more importantly, in my original time, the Demon King was vulnerable to even the smallest piece of this sword.
Even someone like him has vulnerabilities.
Oh right, a fragment of it did cut him, didn't it?
Then, what exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself, and even grow stronger.
I mean, for all we know, their
Curious.
infantry was holding off his infantry.
If we were able to empower it in that way, it could be the key to defeating the Demon King. But it could take centuries for that sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields. I do not see how this can be done. It would be impossible for you to provide it with sacred power for so long.
I can think of one way.
You mean?
Yes, I can do it. I have to.
I've told you. That act is forbidden, for a very good reason. It would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
You won't be able to change back.
The moment I had the sword, I knew what to do. I knew this was why I came to this era. I want to restore the Master Sword and deliver it to Link.
I understand. You really have made up your mind? Very well then. As a Zonai, I bear my share of blame for these events. So I too will devote myself to this goal, and to this hero of yours. For the swordsman Link, I will do everything I can. Even if my body should perish, I will still be with you in spirit.
And not like in that metaphorical sense where people are like, I'm with you in spirit. No, literally, my spirit will be with you. It will be inside the Puripad.
Aha!
Afterwards, Zelda and I discussed strategy. We laid the groundwork for guiding you in the distant future.
Well
Before
then,
the gloom's affliction took my life, I became a spirit and entered the Puripad. Then Zelda did what she felt she must and began the forbidden process. She believed you would use the Master Sword to defeat the Demon King and restore peace to Hyrule.
aha!
You already have in hand the hope that Zelda left to you, the sword that seals the darkness, the Master Sword.
Well then,
Go now, Link. With the sword of hope that Zelda left to you, you will surely smite the Demon King. Yes, the Demon King Ganondorf. Trail of the Master Sword. Oh, I already did that. Just another way to lead you to the Master Sword. Yeah, what's up? And I see nothing wrong with this, so long as you are, as long as you feel that that is worth it. Well, did you find anything out about the fifth sage? Yep, and I got him.
What?
You found the Sage of Spirit? Minoru? This is incredible! That means we have the 5 sages. Fantastic work, Link. I can't believe this is actually one of the sages who faced off against the Demon King alongside Princess Zelda. And now we have news about the princess. That's some relief in that, at least. So, in the ancient past, Princess Zelda worked to restore the decayed Master Sword and return it to your hand, trusting you would defeat the Demon King in the present day. She did so much, all on her own.
What?
The Master Sword was restored, you say? When were you planning on telling me? And it was found on the head of the White Dragon, of all places? That's hard to believe. However, this was Princess Zelda's wish. One she believed in so strongly that she gave her life to see it through. For us. Thank you for finding the sword, Link. I have to say, you really don't look quite yourself unless you've got the Master Sword at your side.
Check it.
Now then, it seems you have all you need. You're prepared to face our enemy. No, I still have to do a lot of shrines. We need to determine where the Demon King is lurking. It seems unlikely he'd still be in Hyrule Castle. I can't think of any place he'd be here on the surface. That must mean...
Huh?
That's it, the depths! Well, wouldn't you say there's a high probability he's in the depths?
Ah.
Do what you think best, of course, but my suggestion is to ask Joshua for any info she may have. She's enthusiastic about investigating the depths, so I'm sure she'd be happy to help us out. Whoa, so the Demon King is in the deepest reaches of the depths? Far beneath Hyrule Castle? As usual, you're one step ahead of me, Link. And you look so calm and collected despite what you were up against. You navigated the depths, which are incredibly dangerous, and home to all sorts of nasty creatures, not to mention all the gloom down there. It must have been a very challenging investigation, and yet you did it. Thank you, Link, so much. Joshua turned out to be pretty capable, huh? Make sure you let her know her help was valuable, yeah?
Yes.
With this, preparations are complete. Now our target is the deepest reaches of the depths, beneath Hyrule Castle. Of course, I'll let all the sages know right away when you head to face the Demon King. You're not alone in this. Princess Zelda's final wish.
Check it.
Please hit the Demon King right in the face for me. Hopefully, in this form.
Nope.
Not in the form she was in Breath of the Wild. Oh, did they patch out being able to scoop her up onto this?
Oh. Nope.
Yes. Yes, she was. Maybe it was carts they used, not sleds. That at least seemed to attempt to do something.
Phew. Nope.
I think they patched it out. It used to be you were able to... Maybe if we turn it upside down. 'Cause then it's like...
Nope.
Which is, you know, typical for Japan. Okay, so now it's actually around her. So,
What? What?
nice. Nope, it just takes off around her. Yeah, so they patched out the ability to steal Pura. But you could take her on adventures with you. Okay. No, she wasn't. That was the thing. People got her on a flying machine and took her on adventures with them. So, chat, you may have been curious earlier why I felt the need to save that little arch. Remember that little arch? I stuck an apple to it, and I was like, it's very important that I keep this thing. Well, why don't we have a little discussion with Mr. Lionel over here? You see, Lionels really hate Zonai devices. Night. You're supposed to keep screaming. You are supposed to keep reeing at it. You were supposed to keep reeing at the indestructible Zonai thing. Maybe it's because your armor. Oh no, there you go. You're stuck in remote now. Good. There we go. I have become damp. So you see, he keeps trying to destroy that. Unfortunately, I think Minoru screwed it up by exploding him. Okay, cool. Food's here. 1 second. Okay, I'm back with Chimkin. Yay, bone apple tea. Okay, so come back over here, dude. No, get angry at the thing. Get angry at this and start reading at it. What joke? Nope. Get back to reeing at it, please. I didn't understand it. Oh, Dompe, I'm with you now. There we go. So you see, when they it's supposed to destroy all Zonai things. However, for some reason, that does not include that arch. No, be mad at my arch. Come on, be mad at the arch. And it's not just red Lynels, it's all of them! Have you ever been so angry at an arch that you just stood there and let yourself get shot in the face? Daily occurrence, right? Or an incredibly frustrated Yuki. Yeah. Ow! Well, you should stop loafing around then. Hey, watch it! Don't run at me while I'm firing high explosives at you. That's just rude. So the ironic thing is, the reason why they get like this is because the game didn't want you to be able to cheese them with Zonai stuff. So the very fact that the thing that is designed to counter cheesing them with Zonai devices specifically lets them be cheesed by a Zonai device. That's what we call ironic. Okay, that does not fire arrows. Also, it does not appear that you can fuse fused things. So let me just... Ooh, that's better. This is a robot with swords for hands! Oh, and just so we're aware, we can use Minoru to activate bullet time whenever we like. This must be the work of an enemy sword hand. But anyways... why don't we go do some more of these side adventures, No, those are all at the luck. Okay, so we just have to specifically go to the stations. Hello, Pet.
Ah.
Your story is really something. Mind going through it again, just to make sure I have all the details right?
Oh.
Sure, no problem. We've been taking care of a very rare animal for Princess Zelda, a golden horse. But the poor thing ran away from our stable. Princess Zelda's horse vanishing like that is a pretty big story, but tell me again, why'd that horse run off?
Oh.
That's the troubling part, isn't it? When it happened, I'd finished tending to the horses and was taking a bit of a rest in the stable. Then that gentle creature began making terrible sounds, neighing and bucking around so hard it shook the stable. So you went outside to see what was wrong, didn't you? Yes, exactly. And there she was, Princess Zelda. After all this time, she was right in front of our stable. But then the princess came closer, and the golden horse thrashed even harder. Then that animal broke free and bolted away like nothing I'd ever seen before. I couldn't help staring at that crazed creature. When I looked back at the princess, she was just gone. It happened so fast. So you lost sight of the horse, and then Princess Zelda vanished on the spot. That's all strange from start to finish. My little sources tipped me off about this, but I have to say, I thought it was going to turn out to be nothing much. Hey, partner, you're here. I should have known it was you there. Just look at you tiptoeing up like this and getting your ear in. You've got the makings of a real reporter. Oh, is this someone else from the newspaper? That's right. New partner, plenty of gusto, a lot of promise. Would it be alright if he listens in? Now please, tell us anything else you can remember, anything at all. The part that really bothers me is the poor animal acting that way. The horse truly loved the princess. He rescued it and protected it. She doted on it. But the horse was terrified, and for the life of me, I can't understand why, because it was a fake Zelda. Princess Zelda is known far and wide for her compassion. I can't imagine our princess being terrifying at all. Hold on. I think I did catch the briefest glimpse of the princess's face. I thought I couldn't have seen that right, but she had such a cold expression. She's been full of warmth when she's been here before. Maybe the princess was furious that I let the horse get away. I really should find that animal and bring it back here for her. But the poor horse galloped north and never looked back. I'd go in search of that seed, but with the huge monster that's flying around up north, it's far too dangerous for me. The best I can do is just keep the horse's home here in the stable, nice and clean, just in case it returns. I just hope someone finds that sweet creature and brings it back here safely. Hey! I'm on it! Off we go to shoot a Gleeok in the faces. In the faces. There it is. Time to shoot it in the faces. I'm out of stamina, or I'd be shooting it in the faces. Where's the fire keys eyeballs? There they are. Off to shoot you in the faces. Wow, that one tapped you. Now fall to your death. Here, horsey, 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 horsey! Horsey, where are you? I didn't find you in the Gleeok stomach, so hopefully you're around here somewhere. There you are. Hello, horse friend. It is I, Lonk. You know, friend of Zeld. I'm the real Lonk, not like the fake, not like a fake Lonk, like that was a fake Zeld. Okay, Orsi, if you're not going to play nice, I'm not going to play nice either.
Yeah.
I'm going to play ice. I wanted to throw an ice ball at it.
Ho, ho.
Oops.
Ho, ho.
Well, yes, I would like to turn in this horse.
Oh. Oh.
No, it's right there. Oh, thank you for the free elixir. Oh, look who's finally back home. No doubt about it. This is Princess Zelda's steed for certain. I've been worried sick, but now you've found it.
Eh?
Huh? When did you? Oh, never mind. So, partner, when you show up and save the day in the middle of my reporting work here, it kind of throws me off my saddle. You know what I'm saying? Just giving you a hard time. Besides, those good deeds of yours just feather my reputation. You make me proud. Uh-huh. Is it just me, or is that misplaced pony there gotten kind of attached to you?
Ma.
I know this horse well, and I do believe you're right. Really, you'd be doing me a favor if you just kept this gentle creature. Princess Zelda asked me to find someone who'd take good care of it. And in your travels around Hyrule, perhaps you'll even have a chance to reunite this horse with the princess. If that's the case, partner, then how could you say no to keeping it? Do it as a favor for the horse, at least. Wait, I want you to have this too. Royal Bridle.
Aye.
Also, please take this. Royal Saddle.
Ah.
Those are a bridle and saddle left behind by Princess Zelda. Little one's accustomed to those, so feel free to use them.
Ah.
You might still be a rookie, but you're every bit as good of a reporter as I thought you'd be. Thanks to you, I'll have the full story when I write my article. We've worked together to chase 2 of the stories relating to the Princess Zelda. Go on, add this to your nest egg, partner. Oh, there's also this from Tracy. Yeah, Hateno Village's eye shop.
Sapow!
Okay, I guess I gotta register the horse.
Oh. Oh. Huh? Oh.
Weep.
Oh. Huh? Oh.
I sure hope we can find Zelda, even though we know exactly where Zelda is. Well, not exactly. She's up in the sky. Hardly a trace of a recipe remains. Just remnants of half-eaten Hylian pine cones. Hey, partner, you're looking good. Were you also pulled to this place by the inescapable tug of a story? I'm chasing some new chirps and warbles from my beloved little birds. A group of goats is a herd, or a trip, or a tribe. Anyway, the stable has been raising a small herd of white goats. Or it was until all those white goats up and vanished all of a sudden. That's not where it stops, though. Some have said that Princess Zelda may also be involved. Anyway, why don't you go talk with Shork, the guy who's taking care of the white goats, for more clues. Partner, time for you to get to work. There's a big scoop here. I can feel it. You Shork? You Shork. Hey, buddy, have you seen some white goats around here? I've given those goats all the love and care in the world, but the other day they ran off together. Didn't even finish their food before they left. The Hylian pine cones weren't eaten. Well, Princess Zelda's recipe perfectly. It couldn't have been the feed that drove. It could have been the feed that drove them off. Yeah, Princess Zelda shared a recipe when she visited the stable a while back. It's really amazing how much she knows about animals. I never would have expected her to be developing healthy feed recipes. In this case, it's a special kind of feed for white goats. The main ingredient is fresh Hylian pine cones. It's actually pretty unusual. It requires you mix the pine cones in whole. Don't grind them down or anything. I didn't want my wonderful white goats to eat the recipe the princess gave me, so I put it in a glass bottle. But a big storm came through one day, and it blew the bottle off somewhere. I wasn't able to find it after that, so I've been making the recipe from memory since then. But what would make my white goats spit up the Hylian pine cones and run off like that? Did they really hate Princess Zelda's recipe that much? Any clue where it would have gone? Blown off somewhere over the would teach nonsense recipe? That doesn't seem like her.
Ah. Oh.
Can you provide me any idea of where the bottle might be? Did it go into the well? Yeah, probably. It wouldn't have moved that boulder in after it. So I doubt it's further in. I mean, the logical place I think would be down this cliff. I am, however, noticing a distinct lack of bottle-shaped objects around here, however. Yeah. Remember the part where they thought 10 big Poes was a worthy price for one?
Ah. Oh. Oh.
Maybe I'm just supposed to talk to other people?
Oh. Oh.
Yo, you seen a bottle?
Ah.
Yeah, okay, towing harness, cool. Have you seen a bottle? No? What about you? Have you seen a bottle?
Aye! Ma! Ah!
How about you? Have you seen a bottle? Actually, I wanted to ask about a bottle. Oh, I already talked to you, I think. Well, that was you. Oh no, you were the one that liked the towing harness and swordsman and stuff. Beetle, have you seen a bottle?
Oh.
Fine, here, have the beetle. I don't care. But you haven't seen a bottle. You, have you seen a bottle?
Ah. Oh. Ah. Hmm. Ah.
No, no bottle from you. Oh, is this a map to a bottle? No, it's like a giant pig.
Hmm.
And so Zelda was traveling with the beast.
Ah.
Where did you say it was? No, hike to all the stables. That's not useful information. None of you are helpful. I think I'm supposed to follow this trail of pine cones. Probably not. But just because I've got a bunch of other stuff I kind of want to play. Ooh, piece of pine cone. 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 Hey, look, there's also the bottle.
No!
Oh, those are my white goats, so this is where they ran off to. There, I'm just glad to see you. Are you okay? You're the one who found them? Thank you, I won't forget this. This bottle! This is what I was using to keep Princess Zelda's recipe safe. Let me see it. I need to check the recipe. Yes, yes. Wait! Oh no! Grind the pine cones into a powder! I'm not supposed to use the Hylian pine cone whole? I should have known something was off. It did look really hard to eat.
Aye!
There we go, we got another one under our belt.
Oh!
You think it's coincidence the missing white goats and the lost recipe were at the same place? I have another theory. Maybe the white goats set out to find the bottle themselves because they couldn't stand to eat the wrong recipe anymore. I don't think that's the case, but it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Yeah, Zelda stole it. Fake Zelda stole it.
Oh! Ah!
Oh, also, let me just... One of these I've already done, because it was, the Great Fairy Quest. Careful there, partner. You went and scared all the little birds away. You go storming around like that, and it won't just be birds you send flying for the hills. It's fine, though. I did hear some interesting chirps and warbles from them. I don't want to say this too loud and start a panic, but rumors are spreading about Princess Zelda, that she's been seen riding some mysterious beast. There'd be a mountain of a beast, too. One with huge brutal tusks. My little reporters had never seen something so frightening. Of course, what made it far worse was that it seemed the princess herself was controlling the terrifying creature. I find it hard to believe a beast like that could be really lurking in Hyrule. But if this terrifying monster exists, then the implications make this a very, very huge story. You know, there were guests at this stable talking about some kind of rumored beast. My little bird informant told me that there have been a number of sightings in the subtropical region in the south. If we want to learn more, we should dive beak first into the stable and others to see if there's any truth to these rumors. No, he can't be, because he doesn't, well, I say. Well, I say, boy, listen here, boy. Sword, beast. Legendary sword, you say? How do you give that a little more thought? Things with legendary in the title are usually just stories. There's simply no way it exists. Rumored beast you're after, that's what's just a story. No, go to any stable at Hyrule and you'll find people excited about the rumored beast. Stables are places where information gathers. If it weren't true, you wouldn't hear about it at so many stables. Even if I grant you that, we don't stand anything to gain by finding this rumored beast. The legendary sword, on the other hand, is bound to be strong indeed. You'd have nothing to fear of monsters. In the Lost Woods, I hear, so let's start heading that way. And what if the weapon is legendarily brittle and useless, We'll start visiting stables to gather information and track down that rumored beast. Yo, check it out, legendary sword. I mean, it is kind of brittle, I'm not gonna lie. It keeps running out of charge like every 10 hits or something. That's kind of bullshit. Hey, you know anything about where the thing is? Well, thanks for the free spicy elixir. Hey, do you know anything about Spooky Beast?
Hi.
Nope, you didn't. You don't know anything about Spooky Beast. You, do you know anything about Spooky Beast? And then, tell me about the beast that they're bickering about. No, you're not going to be useful. Okay. What about you? I don't care about the special edition stuff. Oh, what? It would be checking other stables. I understand now. Oh yeah, you want to see a stall horse.
Oi!
Oh, partner, you investigate the rumors too? I've been hearing some interesting chirps and warbles.
Yeah.
Oh, you're also a reporter? Just had a bit of a strange experience is all. They say that around here someone kept like trying to lift a Korok up by a bridge. You see, I was by the debris near the three-way intersection up ahead when a woman came up to me. Please, please, you have to help her. Her life is in danger. It would only make it worse to reveal who she is. But please, you must save her. That's what she said to me. The woman sounded really desperate, so I decided to follow her. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't keep up. Eventually, I lost track of her. That's all there is to it.
Oh.
Hey, partner, does something strike you as odd about this person whose identity can't be revealed? If revealing it, who she is to strangers is dangerous, she should be someone of great importance. And if her life is already in danger, well, combining these facts makes me wonder if it isn't a particular important person who's gone missing. Can't be sure, of course, but there's a slight chance. It's a Yiga trap. I understand. It's a Yiga trap is happening. Hello, how do you do? I know my boyfriend, you... Please, you must save her. You okay? Blonde hair. I do not know who you are, but I ask that you please help me. My poor, regal friend's life is in danger. I cannot reveal who she is, for that would only make things worse. She is hiding and unable to move. My friend is in such danger. Please, I cannot help her all by myself. Okay, let's go. Thank you so much. My friend is in hiding right now. It's the only way for her to remain undetected by those with ill intent. We should go where my friend is, but be careful not to be seen. We don't want to draw evil to her. I will wait for you down this road. Meet me as soon as you can. One of these will hit. I'm afraid I have been seen. There we go. No evil followed. I murdered it all. My apologies for leaving you behind. I was overtaken by concern for my friend. She is resting safely out of sight. It's the only way to stay safe. I'm sorry the path is so poor. Could you possibly go to the top of that cliff? You can meet right where you can see the fall. We can meet right where you can see the fallen debris. Yes, you can see clearly that I am a member of the Yiga, correct? And what? I would not accuse you of being a member of the Yiga, but in the event that you were a member of the Yiga, you would not attempt to push me off that fallen debris, would you? Because, you know, if nothing else, I have a paraglider. So that would kind of be silly. Must be him then. Oh, I am so rude. You have my apologies. Come now, my friend is waiting ahead. He is waiting nearby, around the debris on the opposite cliff. I'll go ahead and let her know that you are coming. It is a bit far off, but I know you will be able to make it. Yeah, I did too. Yeah. That was obnoxious for like 13 different reasons. I can't even possibly begin to name them, but you know. Also, Brayla was obnoxious for 13 different reasons without any... Yes, hello. Sorry for all that. It was important for me to test you. Blonde hair, courage to overcome a challenge, and then another challenge, and then another. Oh, and your disgusting, unwavering commitment to do good. You're Princess Zelda's chosen bodyguard, the swordsman Link, correct? No, I am a Yiga member. I am so glad to finally meet you. Now I can take you on the last stop in our little journey. You're great! Haha! No, I'm a Yiga. I'll let you off this time, but don't expect such mercy next time. Prepare yourself. Hey, partner!
Huh?
This is where your investigation took you. Looks like you really got yourself out on a limb there. I've been scouting the skies trying to get to the bottom of the story. I heard that woman was luring people away. I thought I heard her voice, so I swooped on down. And hey, here you are. So tell me, what have you unearthed? It was Yiga. I see. Who could have guessed that this whole story would be an elaborate trap set by the Yiga clan? If you didn't know, there are a group of assassins trying to bring down the kingdom of Hyrule. Wait, why are you dressed like that? I heard they were good at disguising themselves with playing the part of a villager. I never would have guessed that why they could have just taken off their ninja outfit and then just been a person. Wait, that's the easiest fucking disguise ever! And all to flesh out the swordsman who protects the princess. They thought you, a young up-and-coming reporter who just happens to have blonde hair. They believed you were actually that swordsman? That's just bad luck for you. You've definitely got some skills, though. If you can escape from the Yiga clan, I'm proud of you, partner. I'm glad I don't have to read a headline like Junior Reporter Falls to Cruel Blade of the Yiga in Pursuit of Truth. We've worked together to chase 4 of these stories relating to Princess Zelda. Go on and add this to your nest egg, partner. Froggy sleeve! Froggy!
Oh! Suppose!
The music does not like that I paused it right here. I'm gonna grab a water. Have a good quick shower. Where's your friend? I think just up that cliff. Hey there, partner. You're working really hard, really late, aren't ya? And without wings, you traveled all the way out here. That shows some serious reporter spirit. Well, then let me give you the scoop. Some of the folks have heard a voice near here that sounds like Princess Zelda. I got their chirps and warbles from my little birds and head straight here. But something is fishy. There's a strange voice. It's crowing from the Pearl Plain to the northwest night after night after night. Leave the runes. Leave the runes. At least what I heard. I didn't get too close. Oh, they're fast. Felt like a curse just blowing through the wind. No, sir, not gonna think about it. Anyway, all the travelers who heard the airy voice have gotten spooked by it. They've been throwing their weapons down the well, and then running away as fast as they can. Because the voice really belonged to Princess Zelda. She's not usually so haunting. All we can do is seek out the truth, partner, even if it is a little scary. Hey, partner, you're finding this all a little scary, aren't you? Can't blame you one bit if you are. Me? Not at all. Totally fine. Just worried about you as well. What I'm saying is I think we should investigate the story together. Just give me a shot before you head out. Actually, don't shout. We shouldn't talk too loudly.
Ooh. Ah. Whoa. Ah. Ah. Whoa. Ooh. Ah. 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 Whoa. Ooh. Ah. Ooh.
Tell me about the strange animal. A forest off to the east. Let's go, partner.
Oh. Aye.
Hey, partner, over here. Leave the... Did you hear that, partner? That's the voice, all right. It's close by. But is it Princess Zelda, though? Might be. But where's it coming from? My legs won't move. My wings won't flap. I'd duck out of here if I could, but I can't. Leave the rooms. Leave the rooms. If no, do you hat? If not, do you har?
Hang, hang, hang,
Seek the storm, seek the storm.
hang.
Fear it not, you will stay warm.
Huh?
Huh? When did you get here? Do you need something from me? Leave the arms? What are you talking about? I wasn't singing anything remotely like that. I've never sung a song with those lyrics. Seek the storm, seek the storm. Is that maybe what you heard? Oh, that's what I was singing. You also heard, for if not, I'll do you harm. Leave your arms or I'll kill you? What kind of nonsensical song is that? Fear it not, you will stay warm. Those are the lyrics I was singing. If you put it all together, seek the storm, seek the storm.
Hang, hang.
Oh, fear it not, you will stay warm. Do not attempt to breathe pizza either. It's a song about a cute little fox who's proud of their warm fur coat, and they chase storms since they don't get cold. Anyway, I'm not trying to cause trouble or anything, but I don't think it's entirely my fault people misheard things either. Just like how my voice sounds here. I just like how my voice sounds here. Prettier, more refined. Sound fine to me, but everyone else is hearing dire threats. Leave the arms. I guess that explains why weapons kept getting thrown down the well every morning.
Ah.
They could be dangerous, so I collected them all over there. I've got no interest in them, so feel free to help yourself.
Aye!
Hey, that you down there, partner? Welcome back. What's going on? Tell me everything. Out with it, partner. What'd you discover? Is Princess Zelda down there?
Eh?
It's just someone singing in a well? She's just practicing? I see. And her voice echoed off the well walls, making it sound like the princess's voice. Acoustics are strange. Same distortion made the lyrics she was singing sound more like threats to everyone who heard her. So the mystery is solved. Now I know I had all those goosebumps I sensed, blah, 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 blah.
Ah!
Now, sweet, now I get 100 rupees.
Oh! Ah!
I wonder how it would have gone, though, if I hadn't unequipped my weapons first.
Yo!
I've been hearing some chirps and warbles from my little birds. They say some regular guests of the stable are late to arrive. Very late. The chef here got her. Yep. Was going to meet with them to learn a new recipe, one Princess Zelda taught them. There's no time to sleep when a mystery like this is aloft. My keen reporter instincts won't let me leave this alone. Daughter has been over there, waiting for the guest to arrive. He's barely moved this whole time. Let's see. It's not unusual for guests decide not to show up, right? But what if they're unable to? They were coming to share a recipe from Princess Zelda, too. That could be part of this. These chirps and warbles are worth looking into. A fun fact, if you wear this outfit in Gerudo Town, you immediately get arrested. Something isn't right. August and the rest would have to cross that bridge to get here, but... Oh, I didn't notice you there. Are you a customer? If you're looking for stable services, head over to the counter. I'm waiting here to greet some guests we were expecting. But it's well past when they said they'd be arriving. I'm extremely worried. They've always crossed Owlin Bridge in the past when they were coming here. I figured if I kept an eye on the bridge, I'd catch sight of them eventually. Guess you're all gourmets. Their leader, a chef named August, has taught me a lot about cooking. They were all excited to visit, and I was looking forward to it. They have a recipe from Princess Zelda to share. If August and the others have tents, then maybe they're taking the trip nice and slow, camping along the way. Still, they haven't shown up yet. I have a bad feeling about this. Take care, Simple. Yeah, this is a legendary sword.
Oh.
Yes, I am the chosen one.
Ah. Ah. Oh. 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 Oh.
Well, bye, you guys. I guess have fun in CAC. Try not to eat the ruins.
Ah! Oh.
Path was pretty great. Perhaps they shall bring him back for the DLC. This way? I'm more of a fan of Teller. Yeah. If at the very least for the practical reason of, oh hey, I found a shrine. Pain. Oh, help, please. Princess Zelda recipe is written. Don't hurt. Don't improvise. Who suggested monster meat? Oh. Oh, I think animal meat, right? Maybe. First rule of cooking: always follow the recipe. Meat and rice bowl. Combine raw meat, Hylian rice, and rock salt. This flavorful, comforting dish is sure to fill you with energy. Be sure to follow the recipe to the letter. What was it? Rice and rock salt. I am out of rice. Wait, hold on. Before I go hunting rice, maybe I can... Got any rice in one of those tents? No. Yo, got any of that random grass rice, please? I do not wish for grass crickets. As I'm starting to think this may be riceless, this grass may be riceless. You lost your horse. Okay, I'll try to help you. So, Chad, how are you doing today? How are all of you cuties? Talk to me. Talk to the Taiago. T. Time. T. Ooh, yay. No, you. Hey. Wait, that's a stable. Oh, that's a Hinox. Well, I made it Dinox. You didn't have time to wave goodbye, Nox. So what did you dumbasses learn? You don't eat monsters. Oh, no, please. Princess Zelda, her recipe is written. Don't improvise. That smell. Hey, you. Can I have that meat and rice bowl? Please, I need to eat it. Fine, but you have to... I'm not making some for the rest of you.
Oh. Oh.
Cool, thank you for the... Okay, cool, I got an upgrade. Why didn't you... You should have used the gourmet meat and not the monster bits.
Aye! Ah. Toto. Sapao!
You know who Pen reminds me of? Launchpad McQuack. Yes. Man, Disney made a lot of himbo characters, didn't they?
Yeah. Aye. Oh. Oh.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, I actually do care about that. Tell me about the rumored beast.
Oh.
The South. So Southeast. There were some twin kids at the stable who said they'd seen it. What are we doing this time, partner?
Ah. Oh.
Princess Zelda borrowed the stable's farm tools.
Oh.
Isra. Are you Isra? No, this is a ring garland.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
You're Amy. You're chicken. Frickin' Gladys. Beetle. Hello, is there an Isra down here? If there is, Ra, you suck. Yay, pets! Hey, Miss Snoot. Are you Isra? You are Isra. No, we're a little busy right now. You saw the princess? Oh, I was wondering when you guys would show up. Work with Pen from the newspaper, right? Didn't want to get out because I don't want people think of saying bad things. She borrowed some stable's farm tools. A long time ago, but I do remember she said she needed them for something at La Florette Sandbar. It's around the river bend and a good distance after that. I take the raft there myself, but after all the stuff fell from the sky, I guess I'm in a bind. I know we could clear up this mess if someone could take me downriver to Florette Sandbar on the raft. Okay. Hold on a second, let me just... Okay, we're good to go.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
When I said cut the rope, I didn't mean it literally. Ropes, you know, aren't cheap. I see a Korok sign there. Can't this stupid thing go faster? What dock? Oh, I see the dock. And what's up? Ooh, we made it!
Oh.
Great job getting us here. Where'd you learn to handle a raft like that? I thought it'd be a rough run, but it all turned out fine. Huh? Up in the sky, there's something, or someone coming at us. It's probably Patton. Yeah, it's Patton. Finally caught up with you two, flying around the whole area, partner, trying to find out facts. Saw you on this raft, figured you chased down our story, so I flew right to where are we?
Huh?
Oh god, it's you! It's fucking Flower Blight Ganon.
Oh. Ah.
Ah!
Ah.
Ah!
Okay, so Princess Zelda hired Flower Blight Ganon to look after plants.
Ah!
Ah. Oh.
Ah!
Ah.
Ma!
Ah.
Wah!
Trust me, dude. You're over your head dealing with this woman.
Ah.
There's a reason we call her Flower Blight Ganon.
Oh.
Ah. Oh. Ah.
Here we go, Flower Blight Ganon.
Ma!
Why are you talking as if you are one of the flowers?
Ah.
Okay, so this was the one that told me to find the Floomple beast. Ow, I'm a damn bog. What did I do?
Oh. Ah. Ah.
Huh?
Mm.
Ah.
As long as it's fluffy. Hey, wait, what were you saying? You never...
Oh. Hmm.
Oh. Demon King's return. Yeah, I mean...
Ah.
Oh, good, you're the ones that saw the footprints.
Oh.
No, tell me.
Huh? Oh.
Tell me about the footprints. You did say it, but you just said you were off welcome duty.
Huh?
Tell me about the beast. I must slay the beast. Okay, now that you're standing here, can you tell me?
Ah.
South Farron. South Farron, southeast rainy place.
Ah.
So I guess it's in a woods in Farron. So I guess it's like here? Yeah. Hello, yes, I would like to find one large pig. That is not a pig, that is a cart. Large pig, where are you? El Pig Gordo. Come on out, El Pig de Muy Gordo. Okay, if it's around here, you guys have to know something about it, right? New animal species right across the ravine from here.
Ha. Yeah. Oh. Ha. Oh. Oh. Ah.
I'm not sure which thing we're defining as a ravine, though. Like there? Maybe?
Oh. Oh. Ha. Oh.
Where's Pat? Let me guess, you're up there, aren't you, Patty? No? You know, I'm running out of, places to find you, I think. Let it go! Let it go!
Whoa.
Okay, so it is just over there. Don-Dons.
Ah.
Okay, where's your friend? There, another Korok successfully delivered.
Oh.
Come on, you must have come quite a long way. This is a sanctuary for Don-Dons, the new animal species discovered by Princess Zelda. Don-Dons are quite precious, so we've only found 5 of their kind in the wild, so please be gentle if you touch them. They might look intimidating, but you've got nothing to worry about. They're a good-natured sort. When the princess came to research the Don-Dons, they used to go tromping around after her wherever she went. I think they're actually quite fond of us two-legged folk. That reminds me, you hear that rumor about Princess Zelda being seen riding a beast? Well, I bet what people actually saw was her with a Don-Don back when she established the sanctuary. This goes to show how much rumors can take on a life of their own. Don-Dons aren't beastly, they're adorable.
Aye! Ah.
This is actually the...
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well. Oh. Hmm. Yuck. Oh. Ah. Sapao.
What do you got all those gemstones for?
Mm. Mm. Oh.
Oh. You guys like eat luminous stones? Go on, eat up. I can't wait to feed some Dongos. You want to eat them out of my hands? No? Okay, there we go. They are eating them. These guys ain't exactly the most active sort, are they? Whatever. I'm noticing a lack of pen here.
Oh? Ah!
Maybe this was like a double thing. Or maybe this is the last place that... Because, like, we find out she actually is riding a giant monster! That's like the very last thing we discover or something. Okay, I think this is the one we did too, because Great Fairy Terra sounds like the first one we did. Is this last stable? Because if it is, I guess we can do that before we end stream. I'm sorry if you guys are getting bored of this game. I really want to, like, see everything it's got to offer. Because it's a really good game. Oh, don't worry, kids. It was just a Dondo or whatever. I'm noticing a lack of pen around here, too, though. And you're like, tell me where I haven't done yet, lady? Lady who runs this place?
Ah. Ah. Ah.
Dueling Peaks Stable, okay.
Ah. 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 Wow.
You're not getting bored of me, are you, chat? This game, stuff like that. I really hope not, because I really like all of you. I want you to have as good of a time here as possible. Is this not where I just was? And where the fuck are you? Usually you've not been hard to find. down the well? Have you fallen down the well, down the well? Have you fallen down the well, down the well, down the well? Nope. Well, this was truly a case of well, 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 what have we here? Well, looks like I have to do some investigating. I'll see you all tomorrow, chat. Remember, the tiger loves you.